Hey Gemini, thanks for joining me. The 3 stars. I've been okay. Yeah, yesterday I spent the day producing music, making music. And minting all of my old profile pictures as NFTs on OpenSea. And yeah, last time you did, I don't know, did you miss out on the scrying, or are you talking about Wednesday? The 3 stars asked me what kind of music do I make. I make eerie fairy music. So, Nightbirds, you can find me and my partner on the YouTube channel Nightbirds. Over there we kind of make spontaneous acoustic folk music together. What I was producing yesterday is a little bit different, something new and unique. Although I haven't put all the tracks together. I've got a nice beat with some, I don't even know what you call it, some synth, a little bit of like a synth sound, that rhythm synth, and then I'm gonna still add some reversed vocal tracks. So I'm gonna turn the music backwards, then I'm gonna sing just like vocal sounds, and then I'm gonna turn the music the right way around again, so that the vocal track is reversed but still in key. Making some weird eerie kind of music. Yes, the 3 stars, that's kind of the point. What the album that I'm busy producing is 3-hour tracks. I mean, not 3-hour, 10-minute tracks. So I want to produce like 3 albums of 10-minute tracks and make each one a 60-minute album. And then yeah, the point of that would be for background music and streams. That will be the point of it. Welcome Priya. Gemini says, yeah, last time you were late, but I did do the tarot. Cool. So Gemini is the first one who's going to get some Blackwater scrying. Basically, we're doing a tarot stream. It's a divination stream. Tarot is going to happen a little bit later. In the meantime, I'm going to demonstrate some other forms of divination. I'm going to use the dice for numerological divination, and I'm going to use this bowl of black water for like intuitive psychic divination. And there's a pendulum here as well, but I typically keep the pendulum for the tarot readings. Actually, depending on what a person's question is, then if they want a yes or no, then I'll consult the pendulum first for that yes or no, and then expand on that with a tarot card. So the 3 stars is saying, if I have anything at the moment to share, I'd appreciate. So the tracks that are online, they're very amateur, so I don't know if they're going to work for background sounds. There's a lot of interference, like wind and people walking on the floor, and yeah, it's just quite amateur, so I don't know if it'll work for your purposes, but you can find it on Nightbird's YouTube channel. You can search it, it's on Instagram, it's on Facebook. Yeah. But definitely look out for that instrumental album. The hour 10-minute tracks. Okay. So Gemini, do you have like a question, or would you just like me to gaze into the waters and see what the spirits reveal? See what I can see. Basically, I'm going to see visions in the surface of this water. The longer I stare into it, yeah, it starts to morph and warp into images and sometimes moving pictures, and then I interpret those as if I was interpreting a dream. Kind of like seeing a dream in the surface of the water and then interpreting it. You want to know about your connection with the one you referred to as Scorpio. Okay. Hey love, Aziz Azura. Thank you for checking me out. Thank you for the view. Keeping those average views up for me. Thank you, babe. And yeah, okay. And I will expand on whatever I see in the waters, Gemini. I will expand by drawing one of these runes and then throwing the dice. Jabin, welcome back, nice to see you. And it is something you can do, just practice, eh? Just put some black dye in a bowl of water and then dim the light and stare into it. And if nothing's happening, keep staring into it. And I know when I started, and a lot of frustration would come up because I'm not seeing anything, but it was like through that frustration, only by pushing through that frustration does something actually start to happen. You have to get into like a semi-trance state, semi-meditative state before you start seeing anything. So I'm going to do that now. Lord Set, ruler of chaos and the currents of the sea. Open a gate. Open a gate between me and the relationship between Gemini and Scorpio. Show me what needs to be seen. Okay, so the first image that I'm seeing is like an arrowhead or a spearhead and a very large worm. They're just laying next to each other on the ground. The worm seems to be injured and dying. I see what looks like a silhouette of a man dancing. His arms are up in the air and his legs are outstretched like he's jumping into the air. I see the sun setting on the horizon. The sun is just peeping out from behind a overcast sky. It's about to set over the horizon. Maybe I'm mistaken, maybe this is the rising of the sun. The sun is more set now, so it is setting. It is less of it is visible. And I see a bicycle, but there is no rider on the bicycle. Okay, so the way I interpret those images, the first one, the arrowhead and the worm, so that is you and Scorpio. I don't know which one is which, but it embodies the character. So the spearhead or the arrowhead, it talks about one being sharp, one being hard, one of you being driven towards a destination, and the other one being like a worm, scavenging, pitiful, but the worm is injured and dying, so that archetype or that state of being of misery and self-pity is closing. It's ending, it's dying. And then I saw a man dancing, so that is the liberation from that state of being, from that self-pity, being liberated into freedom, strength and grace. And then after that, what was the next image that I saw? A setting sun. So this is talking about your time in the day coming to a close. You're going into nightfall. So the day would look like prosperity, activity, opportunity. The night would look like shelter, rest, unknown. So unknown is approaching. On the horizon, the sun is setting. You're stepping into the unknown now. A period of rest, a period of, it's just not as much activity or as much abundance regarding the relationship. It's like the night has come. But the sun will rise again, and then I saw a bicycle, and this implies, so the bicycle is a life vehicle. It's powered by your own strength, like it's not a vehicle. Like a car would represent a system, a business, you driving your business, and that's your life vehicle, how you power your life. But the bicycle is saying that you have to power it yourself, but there's no one sitting on the bicycle. So for whatever reason you've stepped away from your vehicle. Whatever you do to make progress with life, you've stepped away from it, whatever that was, whatever your means was, if that was selling things, making crafts and selling it, or whatever it might have been that you were using to move your life forward and make progress, you've stepped away from it. You've left its seat empty. So I'm going to throw the dice now and get a little bit of an expansion on that. So the first thing I'm getting from the numerology of this die cast, which is 12, is the reason you've stepped away from your life vehicle, or the reason that night is now coming and the day is ending, it is because of a negligence to face challenges. So there are certain challenges on the road ahead of you, so you've stepped away from the vehicle rather than facing those challenges or overcoming them. It looks like too much work or too much struggle, too much resistance. So you've stepped away from the life vehicle. But the number of 12, it's about facing those challenges. It's about deliberately exposing yourself to those difficulties because you have grown enough and you know enough to make a breakthrough. You have the potential and the creativity within to overcome whatever is on the road in front of you. So that's some advice it has for you, is get back on the vehicle, get back on the bike, and keep pushing forward, because you can find a breakthrough by applying your potential and applying your creativity. Now I'm going to take one of these out of here, because this will give me new dimensions to the die cast. And I have here, is this air? Is this earth or is this fire? This is earth, the earth stone. So the new dimension that this adds is direction and decisions regarding your physical reality. So that is within the relationship, making decisions about where this relationship is going in terms of physical intimacy, physical space. Are you guys going to be moving in together at some point, living together? Are you going to be sexually intimate? Decisions regarding these things and boundaries being set. And then the other aspect of that is saying that you have already made decisions about what you're doing with your life in order to secure yourself financially, and changing your direction now is going to take you back to the starting point. So you should stick to what you have been doing. Again, like we saw with the bicycle thing, face those challenges, because you've gotten off of the vehicle, off of the bicycle, because it seems like the road ahead is too full of resistance and challenges. But you get off the bicycle and go back to the starting point, you're going to have to, all of the effort you've dedicated to what you were doing will be lost as you choose a new direction. So rather stay on that path, despite the challenges, make the breakthrough, because you've already been on that road for a while. Yeah, that is your reading. the 3 stars says, it's so strange, you have clearly more than 2 viewers, but it says you have 2. So I am on like 6 different platforms, 3 stars. So you're seeing the 2 viewers who are watching me on Twitch specifically. Then there are, the viewer counter is at 4 right now, so we have viewers on Facebook and on YouTube as well. You're welcome, Gemini. I hope that gives you a new perspective, a new, like new dimensions, a new lens to look at what's going on. The 3 stars, Twitch doesn't actually like it when we stream across different platforms. If I was affiliated, it would be illegal. So yeah, for that reason I'm choosing not to affiliate myself with Twitch. They own the rights to whatever media you upload onto Twitch for the first 24 hours after it's been broadcast. So yeah, the multi-platform streaming wouldn't really work, although in the future, once the stream is bigger, I do plan to like start dividing content up. Like I'll use Twitch for a specific type of content and I'll stream exclusively to Twitch for that content. And I'll use Facebook for specific content and YouTube for specific content. So at some point I'm going to divide it up, but for now I'm just going to leave it as it is and continue to stream across multiple platforms simultaneously. So guys, to test out the black water, you can type hashtag Scry. And I don't need a question, but if you'd like to ask a question, you're welcome to. 3 stars, of course. You can get a reading through the black water, of course. Is there anything you'd like to ask? Or would you just like me to view your circumstances from a general perspective? Jano, welcome back. It's been a while since you were here. Is it time for you to approach Elise about a relationship? You expressed your feelings and waited some weeks. It feels like we're getting closer. The 3 stars wants to know what I would pick up about him or her through this method, generally. Cool. We can do that. And then Jano, so I can do a scrying for you. If you'd like, type hashtag Scry, or otherwise you can come back when the tarot queue is open for a tarot reading if you prefer that. Just want to let you guys know, a tip greater than $5, you can like interrupt the scrying and I'll do a reading if you are in a hurry. And then yeah, and while we're doing the tarot, you can interrupt the tarot for scrying with a tip. Now you won't interrupt the session that's currently happening, but I'll prioritize you for the next one. Okay, let's see. Let's open a gate to the one known as the 3 stars. The first thing that I see is a pair of breasts. They are not naked, they are housed in a bikini. If you'd like to know the color of the bikini, it is black. I now see a car door. The car door is also a screen, like a monitor. I now see a boat. It's a ship, actually, a very large boat. The sea around it seems relatively still. I now see a living space. There are plastic chairs. It's like a living room, but there are no couches. They're like plastic chairs. And there are plates of food, but the plates of food are on the carpet on the floor of the living room. So, as I interpret these images, what was the first image that I saw? The breasts. Okay, so that talks to me, that says to me that you are a nourisher, that you give nourishment to people. You're very much in touch with the divine feminine within you. Those that you care about, you're willing to give of your lifeblood to make sure that they are secure. I don't mean like actually cutting yourself and feeding them your blood. I mean like willing to sacrifice of yourself and of your time and of your energy in order to make sure that the people you care about are secured. And it also talks to me about like being comfortable within your sexuality, whatever it might be, whatever your sexual identity is. You are quite comfortable within it, and you're not afraid to use it as a tool. The second image that I saw with the car door, that was the window of the door doubled as a screen, as a monitor, and that tells me that your life vehicle, your means for accomplishing your desires and seeing your outcome realized, it is done through screens and technologies. Like you were saying earlier, you were streaming, so it talks about that being a means, technology and screens and broadcasting being a means to move your life and make progress. And this was an interesting symbol, that the screen was also a car door. It implies that you're allowing people to see part of your life, and you're allowing like a window. You're allowing them to see a small part of your life vehicle. There's actually a lot more behind the scenes that's not visible to the public. What else did I see after that? The ship. Okay, so the ship is another dimension on your life vehicle. It is saying that you sail on the sea. This car, this vehicle, it is also on the sea, but it is quite big at this point. It might have started out as a little dinghy that was roughed about by the waves, but at this point it's quite secure. It sails over the sea, and in fact the sea has become quite still at this point. There isn't all that much adversity going on. There isn't all that much chaos, and your vehicle is quite secure within that sea of other streamers, that sea of other people who are doing the same thing. Your vehicle has become quite secure within that sea. You're able to sail through chaos. Only the most violent of storms can still upset you. And then I saw the living space with plastic chairs. So the plastic chairs, this whole image tells me that despite the security, despite the efforts that you make, you still seem to only just barely meet the mark, barely meet the quota on your living expenses. So the plates of food on the floor, it means that you're not eating all that you would like to. You're not you don't have all of the pleasures and all of the sustenance that you would like to have. You make do with what you have and what you can. And the plastic chairs, it's talking about discomfort in the living space. Like the living space isn't all that comfortable. Maybe there isn't central heating, maybe there isn't air conditioning. It's just talking about having to live with minimal comfort, and having to sacrifice pleasures and having to sacrifice material pleasures in order to make ends meet. That you're adjusting the things that you would buy, the foods that you would buy. You're not the diet that you're consuming, and that's not just food, but substances as well, like sugar, coffee, cigarettes, and all the like. It's not all that you would like it to be. You've had to let go of certain things because, despite the security, despite the efforts, ends are still struggling to meet. So the key here, the die cast is showing me 11. And so 11, it talks about gateways of desire and the strength of desire. So first of all, the numerology here is saying that you have everything that you have because you desired something. So you had this vision of an end goal in mind, and so you started stepping out towards that end goal. You found a means to get there, and you allowed that desire for that outcome to motivate you this far. That's how you've gotten to where you are. And there are still stretches of unknown in front of you, darkness, but you have intuition and logic and emotions to guide you. So with every step that you take, you're illuminating the path in front of you, and you finding creative solutions to overcome the problems, just like I saw there with the living space. You make the sacrifices that are necessary. You find the solutions that are necessary in order to overcome obstacles so that you can keep moving forward. I have the water stone for you. So the new dimension on this cast, taking water into consideration, that is saying to me that there are frustrations and difficult emotions that come up because of the struggle, because of the things not being quite the way you desire them, and you've been working quite hard for quite some time, and though you've built security, things are not quite the way that you had hoped for or intended. So that brings up some difficult emotions, but you have been doing the best that you can to cope with those emotions and keep pushing forward and not allow them to sabotage your mission, not allow them to sabotage what you're doing or get in the way. You keep pushing forward. And then it has a little bit of advice saying to you, be mindful that you're not trying to overreach. So when the emotional experience is very difficult, it is important that you find a way to cope with that emotion. Like for me, making music is a way that I cope with my difficult emotions. Writing it down, like writing letters to the universe or to the people that I'm frustrated with or the systems that I'm frustrated with, that helps me cope with the emotion. Basically what it's saying is, like, if you are in a really depressed state and then you try and go to work or host a stream, it might take you backwards. You might feel like you're putting one step forward, but you're actually going 2 steps back. So make sure that you are coping with the emotion and you're not reaching too far, further than what you can. You have already got certain ways to deal with your emotions and you're doing the best that you can, but there are still limitations. So be mindful that you're not trying to accomplish something within the limits. Within the limits of your emotional composure. And that is your reading. Welcome back, Stoned Epiphany, Crafty. How much longer until the tarot opens? So the countdown is right here above my head, and it is like, can't really see it from here. Let me check it on this side. You're welcome, 3 stars. I hope that it surprised you, and I hope that it surprised you, what was said and what was discovered. So it's another hour and 19 minutes until the tarot opens. Jano would like to see what the Scrying waters have to say. So the 3 stars, do you do tarot streams? Because I will definitely check you out. If you do tarot streams, I'll come and join one of your streams. Parts of it resonate and some not so much. Interesting. You were surprised by the number 11. It's good to know. Okay, cool. So I will then come and check out your stream. I'll come check out your schedule and get into one of your streams for a reading. Thank you, by the way. And I'll give you that follow as well. Perhaps we could combine one day and stream together for fun. Sounds interesting. Yeah, for sure. I would be keen on that. I will be checking the account, so I will understand why. I'm thinking that the reason is because you have more viewers, that you have more followers. So yeah, that I'm sure it would be great to do that. But yeah, I'm not so sure how we would do that. I'm not that tech savvy just yet. Very interested, though. Very interested. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Okay, we're still pretty much in sync. Checking my ping because it changes as the weather changes. So Jano wants to know about Elise. He wants to know if it's time. Shivi, welcome and thank you for joining. Yeah, thank you for joining the queue. And Stoned Epiphany, how does scrying work? I can definitely do one for you. Please, yeah, thank you. You joined the queue, that's scrying. So we will be doing Jano next, and then we'll be doing Shivi. And if we still have time, we'll be doing Stoned Epiphany. So I've done 2 already, and that was almost an hour. It's like 45 minutes, so... Okay, so the 3 stars implies that there are 3 of you guys. Are you all 3 watching the stream through this account? It's very interesting that you guys are 3, because I was recently considering my own structure, and I was like, yeah, at a certain point there were 3. Now we each had our own platforms, but there were 3 of us, and that created for... It's like, you know, you can't really rest a board on 2 poles. It'll like tilt this way or that way. When there's 3, it's quite sturdy. And I was just noticing how things have shifted since the third wheel has disappeared, and gone on a little bit of an adventure. So now there's just 2 of us, and yeah, I was thinking, where's the 3rd one? There's got to be 3. There's got to be like a triangle. Where's the 3rd one? Anyway, Jano, let's open a gate to Jano's relationship with Elise. So I will mind that diecast once we have interpreted the image. So the first thing that I see is a clover on the grass, and now the clover is morphing into the shape of a puzzle piece. I see a tent, but the tent seems to be in a room. It's like the tent is indoors, set up indoors. images are morphed and diffracted, and I can't really make sense out of anything that I'm seeing. Okay, there's a torch, it's like a stick with a flame in it, like an old-time torch, and it's growing. It's growing taller and taller and taller. It seems to be the edge. It seems to be on the edge of a lake or a dam, or actually no, it's too small. It's like a pond. This torch is on the edge of a pond, and it's growing. The torch is growing. The images are diffracted and morphed again, so I'm going to interpret these as I saw them. I need to remember what it was that I saw first. What did I see first? I remember when I saw it, I knew what it was implying, but I don't remember what it was that I saw. Anyway, what I interpreted from it, whatever it was that was your relationship up until that point. It was the clover that turned into a puzzle piece. So the clover was talking about luck. You feeling like stepping out and expressing yourself to Elise and starting to interact and communicate. You felt like you made a lucky break there, but then as time went on, it actually seemed to be that you guys were puzzle pieces that could fit together, and like this was meant to be. It wasn't actually luck after all. And then the next thing that I saw was a tent indoors. So that one is talking about it has multiple dimensions. First of all, it's talking about you, saying that wherever you are now, you're sheltered, you're in a room, you're sheltered, you're secure, but to you it feels temporary, like this is a temporary setup, you're going to be moving on soon. And then it also applies to the relationship, in that the relationship has reached this point of security, but in your mind you're still seeing it as a temporary place, and that you're still trying to get somewhere else. And then after that, what did I see? The lamp on the edge of water growing taller. So the water is symbolic of your emotions. Your emotions are like a small pond. The emotional fulfillment that you're hoping to find within the relationship. So the light is talking about hope, and the water is talking about that emotional abundance. And the light is growing, the hope is growing taller and higher. The hope is increasing. It seems more realistic and more possible with each passing moment. And yeah. So should you express your feelings, what this is saying is that you should be grateful for what you have accomplished so far and stop seeing it as temporary. Like you have expressed your feelings to Elise and the relationship is growing closer, allow it to continue to grow. Let it develop into something naturally. Yeah, don't try too hard, basically. Don't try too hard to move on. That's what I'm getting from that symbol of the tent in a closed room. Don't constantly be looking at this as temporary. Don't constantly be seeing it as temporary, like you need to move into something else. Stay where you are and allow it to develop within that container of security. And then the lampstand growing, it said, yeah, it is growing. The hope for a deeper, more intimate relationship is there, and that hope is increasing minute by minute. Now going on to your die cast, which is 14. So the numerology of number 14, to me it talks about creative expression within relationships. So doing things creative together where you currently are, instead of saying this is temporary, we're moving towards a more serious relationship, rather, yeah, like I was saying with that one, rather stay within the security that you have, the relationship status that you currently have, and allow it to develop within that. Something you can do to improve that development rate is being creative together, interacting together, just doing things that are creative. You know, anything. Sing together, dance together, make flower crowns, do anything creative. Draw, leave little handwritten notes for each other, leave it for her. Lead by example. Do things that are creative, but do them together. And also wherever you're going with your life, because you're also feeling like where you are in your own life is a temporary space, you're still moving somewhere else. So whatever you're creating and working towards in your own life, allow the results of that, or your method, your creative method in creating that for yourself, allow that to support what she's doing as well. Give her, like if she's talking about what she wants to do with her life, give her little bits of knowledge and experience that you've had over time. See if she can apply that and make breakthroughs, and vice versa. Listen to the things she says and the things that she's working on, and see what little bits of info you could be applying to your own process. I'm getting you a runestone to give us new dimensions on that. On that die cast. Once again, I have the Earthstone. So the new dimension I'm getting now is that you want something that's really in your mind, something that's like in the foreground of your mind, is that you want physical intimacy in this relationship. So then going back to that creativity, I want to say to you that creative energy and sexual energy are identical. So if you are being creative together, you will also simultaneously be building sexual tension, and that can bring you closer to your desire for that physical intimacy. It's not only talking about physical intimacy in the relationship, it's also talking about financial security. You also have a desire for financial security within your own life. And you also want to be able to secure her and give her the things that she needs once you do step into a relationship. So then the advice that I get for you on that note is to work on that. As much as you invest your time and energy into building the relationship, invest your time and energy equally into securing yourself and building your future. And that is your reading, Jano. So, Enchantress wants to know, what is scrying? I'm sure that you have seen, like in media and films, witches using a crystal ball. So that is scrying. Looking into a reflective surface to see visions is scrying. And so I'm doing that with a bowl of black water. So this bowl is just stained with charcoal that I ground up really fine to make it black. Ideally I'd just like a black bowl with regular water in, so that if it spills it's not that big of a deal. Because if you've got water with dye in it or water with charcoal in it, then a spill can make quite a mess. But yeah, same principle. And then when you get into a meditative state, you can receive visions just so, but that for me takes quite some time. I have to get into a real deep trance state. I have to lose awareness of my physical body or my place in the physical universe entirely before I start to see those visions. So this is like a shortcut to that state of being. I'll get into like a semi-meditative state where I am half awake, kind of, and just gazing into the water, and it starts to form images. Sometimes those images are still, sometimes they're moving images, and then I interpret these images symbolically, as if the same way that I would interpret a dream, I interpret the symbols that I see in the water. So Shivi is next. Enchantress B asked me, do I see visions when I'm sleeping? I have dreams, so yes, we all see visions when we're sleeping, and they're called dreams. Some of us don't remember our dreams, but we do have them. This is like having a waking dream. It's like seeing a dream in the surface of this water. And when it's done with a crystal ball, it's like seeing a dream in the surface of the crystal. So Shivi would like to ask a specific question, wanting to know about reconciliation. I also want to welcome Nikki, who came in a little earlier. Nikki typed #tarot. I don't know if you can see the countdown clock here above my head, Nikki. It says that the tarot queue starts in 57 minutes. So yeah, either join me for some scrying or come back in 57 minutes. Welcome back, Calming Vibes or Pure Banter. Thank you for joining me again. Sorry about earlier. I don't know what happened, that my title and description and oracle and all of that stuff didn't update from Wednesday's stream. It was weird. I had typed all that stuff out, and you see I typed it again shorthand style because I was rushed at that time. But now we want to open a gate into Shivi's reality. Opening a gate to Shivi's relationship. I will have a look at that die that die cast once I've seen and interpreted your visions. So I see something almost immediately, and it's like a figure dressed fully in armor, sitting in the lotus position, meditating basically, but dressed from head to toe in armor. I see what looks like a really, really big skateboard, but it only has 2 wheels on it. It only has wheels on the back, no wheels in the front. I see Barney, and he's like breathing white fire. He's opening his mouth and like white flames are coming out of his mouth. He's not purple, but he's got that kind of shape. It's like a T-Rex, but it's like a plushy toy, and it's like breathing fire. White flames. And I see what looks like 2 trees that are twisted together into one tree. They're growing like twisted together as one tree. So I'm going to interpret these now, going back to the first image that I saw, trying to remember what that was. So I saw the skateboard. What did I see before the skateboard? What did I see? The meditating man with the armor. Okay. Oh, meditating figure. Might have been female, might have been male, who knows. This image reminds me of the Chariot card in the tarot, because in the tarot of the Chariot card, the chariot driver is sitting in the lotus position and he's covered from head to toe in armor. So it reminds me of that. And what that symbol implies in the tarot is that you are self-reflecting, because there are decisions in front of you that have to be made. It's like you've reached a fork in the road, and there are decisions and new directions and responsibilities that have to be decided on. So you're self-reflecting, considering all the different outcomes, considering which one is going to work for you, which one is most authentic. And while you're doing that, you're armoring yourself, you're protecting yourself from harm, protecting yourself from like in your situation, you've got a relationship that's separated, so that kind of thing hurts somebody's heart. When there's separation in relationship, breakups, it is painful, so you're wearing armor to protect yourself from pain while you do this self-reflection, while you play out all the possible futures based on the different decisions you could be making, that you need to be making, contemplating what each outcome looks like, what's the best course of action. The second image that I saw was the skateboard, the giant skateboard with only 2 wheels on the back. So that is saying that you're trying to drive a life that takes 2 alone. You're holding all of the responsibility of a life that was built and carried by 2 up until this point. So yeah, it's not sustainable. You can only, if you ride a skateboard with 2 wheels, it's going to require an especially large amount of skill and practice to get it right, because you're going to have to balance your weight on just 2 wheels. So with that in mind, the decisions that you're making while you're sitting in that armored position, don't hang on to that lifestyle that you used to live with your partner. Let go of it, because it's going to put unnecessary stress on you, waiting for him to return or her to return, and in the meantime trying to balance that lifestyle that actually requires 2. It's going to be unnecessary stress. So part of your decision making should be to alleviate that stress and find a better balance in your lifestyle for someone alone, somebody working alone. Responsibilities that you could carry alone without excessive stress, without burning yourself out, basically. And then, what did I see after that? Plushy toy, breathing fire, dinosaur plushy toy. So this is talking to me about the partner that you want reconciliation with. So they, despite being a dinosaur or a T-Rex, they were a place of comfort and softness for you. But now, in the present, whenever you reach out for that comfort, or that whenever you try to be vulnerable, you try to get into that vulnerable place or that soft place, then they're breathing fire at you to try and push you away. So that breathing fire is like using when you speak like aggressively, or point out someone's insecurities, or imagine a forked tongue, or fire breathing forked tongue. It's like that kind of vibe of being aggressive with your mouth and your words, and using it as a weapon to scorch someone. And then the last thing that I saw was 2 trees growing together. So that one seems to contradict everything else. That one seems to say that you will end up reconciling, that you will grow together. Okay, that makes sense. Trees growing slowly. So it's not going to happen the way you're expecting. It's not going to be this this reconciliation that you're hoping for. Don't try and balance that lifestyle that requires 2 when you're actually alone, because it's going to take quite some time for, like at the moment, your 2 trees growing separately. You're leaning towards each other, and in the distant future you will be wrapping together and being secure together, and being a strong foundation for other creatures to live in and find security and safety in. But it's going to take a long time. Trees take a long time to grow. So let go of the attachment to the outcome and just focus on yourself, making the decisions and holding the responsibilities that you have on your plate. For now, just focus on your own development. And as you grow and as they grow, you guys will be growing together at some point. Now we're going to look at your die cast. So it is 10, and the numerology of 10 is completion. So this relationship has reached its completion. A new stage is beginning, a new cycle, and the new cycle looks very different to the first cycle. It's also saying that the intentions you set into the relationship when it started is the reason that it has come to a close now. Now that's not only your intentions alone, but his intentions. So 10 is like going from 1 to 10. So whatever was sown, whatever was put in at number 1 is now being reaped at 10. So if that looks like separation, then have a look at what the intentions looked like when you went into the relationship. Were there self-serving intentions? Were there selfless intentions? Just reflect on it so you can avoid sowing the same seeds. You can avoid investing the same intentions in the future, so you can have a different outcome. Choose a runestone for you so I can get new dimensions. And we have fire. Is it fire? Yeah, it is fire. Okay, so what this is saying to me is that there's a specific kind of person who lives your dreams. My eye is twitching. So your outcome, what you want from life, your hopes and your dreams, there is a specific character that lives those desires, that has them manifested. And there is a specific character that lives in the relationship that you're hoping for. So in your mind you have this idea of what a relationship needs to be like, what a fulfilling relationship will look like to you. So there's a specific kind of person that lives that lifestyle. And so what I'm getting from these new dimensions is that you've got to make some changes to yourself, some shifts, go through some changes in order to move yourself into being that person, becoming that person who lives your dreams, who has that passionate relationship that you desire in your soul and in your mind. So certain habits will have to change, certain aspects of your lifestyle are going to have to change, but there are some shifts. That's all it's saying, is that there are some shifts before you can be the person who lives your dreams and has the relationship that you're longing for. So Enchantress says, haha, no, I mean, have any spirits visited you and you become unconscious? I actually experience a half sleep state in the middle of the day. Okay, so that has happened. Like early on in my practice, during some of my first invocations, leaving the ritual space thinking it failed, sitting in front of the fire, and then passing out and having like, not really passing out, but like feeling like I'm falling, and then seeing visions of Pan and various other spirits. So yeah, I have experienced that, and experiencing half sleep states in the middle of the day. At any time that I desire to enter into that half conscious, semi-conscious state, I can do so. Sometimes it's difficult, but if I push through, I can get there. And welcome Redbeard, welcome back, sup fam. And yeah, let me just have a look. Shivi says that makes sense. Person in full body armor makes sense. And Varying Redbeard says firewater? What firewater? Shivi says you exactly narrated how it should be. But yes, I need to think about myself too. Lifestyle that works for me alone. Thank you. You're welcome, Shivi. Thank you for joining me. I'm glad you got some value out of that. So Stoned Epiphany, if you're here, I can read for you. Enchantress says, thanks for explaining and sharing your experience. I freaked out when it happened to me. I can imagine it would be freaky. I guess for me, I was able to identify that it was the results of the invocation ceremony I had completed, and I had exited that ritual space believing that I had failed to contact the spirits I was reaching out to, or believing that it would happen, that they heard me, and that whatever exchange was meant to happen happened. But then having that experience several hours later, I realized that was actually the invocation. That was, one of my favorite authors says, if your invocation fails to breach the boundaries of your expectations, then it didn't work. So that in that moment where I had that experience, it was like, yes, this is more than what I expected or anticipated. And so that is how I identified it as the result of the invocation ceremony. Okay, so Stoned Epiphany is here. Did you have a question? I don't remember. Or would you just like me to peer into the waters and see what I can see? I'm gonna count my ping quickly. 1, 2, 3. Still in sync. It's great. Okay. Open a gate into Crafty's reality. Yes, Crafty, Stoned Epiphany, you missed me asking you if you had a specific question or not. But I've just decided to let the spirits decide what they're going to show me. So I'm seeing a man walking around with a stick, and he seems to have the moon in his mouth. So it's just a thing that looks like a moon. It's like a crescent moon, and it's between his teeth, and he's holding a stick in his right hand, and he's just walking around like that, kind of like hunched over a little bit. Now I see a face. It's a very like long chin on this face, and the face is red, and this face has like a crown, but the crown is in the shape of a cube. It's like this cubic thing on this red-faced character. Now I see two people. They're both dressed in black. They're both wearing veils, but the one on the left has the veil open over the back of the head, and the one on the right has the veil over the face. They're holding hands. I'm gonna go ahead and stop there because I'm starting to forget what I've seen. So I'm gonna interpret what I've seen so far. So the moon, it's a waxing crescent, so it's talking about divine femininity, not necessarily just divine, but the virgin archetype, so like Artemis vibes, Huntress, Diana vibes, Persephone vibes, the virgin archetype, the one who reaches out for what she wants, claims it, the one who finds creative solutions to problems, the one who stands up for her rights, the feminist, the activist, that kind of archetype, the young woman. And then we see this character, this like hunched character, walking around with that in his teeth, holding a stick in his right hand. It's a strange symbol. It's a very strange symbol. So when we eat something, when we devour something, we destroy it, we break it down into its most fundamental components. So it seems like this character is looking for moons to eat. He's looking for that young, aspiring woman in order to, break her down, in order to consume her. What was the next thing that I saw after that? Oof. Oof. I remember the veiled characters. But what did I see after the Moon Muncher? If someone else remembers what I saw after the Moon Muncher, what the second image was before the veiled, before the veils, please let me know, because it's gone from my mind. But the two veiled characters dressed in black holding hands, it's talking about you within yourself, like two aspects of yourself, one vulnerable, one clearly visible, and the other one veiled and hidden. It's also talking to me about a relationship situation. It's not necessarily to do with romance, but there is a relationship going on where there are two people who are connecting, and one is being vulnerable and clear and open, and one is veiling their true nature and hiding themselves. I'm sorry about missing that second image. It is in the video, but yeah, I don't remember. I just don't remember. Your die cast is 8. So that is telling me that the universe is presenting you with new people. The red-faced clown, yes, the cubed crown on the red-faced clown. It didn't look like a clown, it looked like a monster. So that is talking about the cube on the head, like the cube, the dice, the cube itself is a symbol. It's a reality shifting thing. It's like a gear stick for realities. You shift realities with the cube. If we have to go into the depths of the cube symbol, into like the Kabbalah and the Kaaba in Mecca, and Metatron's cube and Saturn's cube, these are reality shifting tools. So this red-faced individual, it's talking about a man or a person. It's just a human who is red-faced, angry, they approach with aggression and anger, and they use their mind, their intellect, and their words to distort reality, like manipulators, like a gaslighter, a manipulator. And that ties in with the moon muncher. So the red-faced man with the cubic crown is the same as they're the same individual. They're just different symbols to show two different things that they're doing. The red-faced man is to help you identify who the moon muncher is. So the moon muncher is looking to destroy and devalue and consume the divine feminine within you. And the red-faced man is to help you identify who he is. So the one who does that, the one who approaches aggressively and always seems to be angry and frustrated and gaslights and manipulates and warps your reality with words and intellect, that's the one. What made me say clown this time? Because he looked fucking ridiculous with this giant cube on his head and this red angry looking face. He looked like a clown. Like, not an actual clown, but that word did come to mind when I saw him. Okay, and so we've interpreted what the images in the scrying water. Now, the diecast is saying that the universe is bringing these people, this person and other people, new connections into your reality, as well as presenting you with new opportunities and new circumstances, but the person that you used to be, or the person you've been up until this point, or the lifestyle you've led up until this point, is no longer compatible with these new relationships that are opening up, or these new opportunities, or these new circumstances, so that you're going to have to adapt. And the universe is doing this on purpose. The universe is throwing these things at you in order to force you to adapt and change. The changes that you make are going to bring you further into alignment with who you are and create a better balance in your reality. So yes, it is talking about someone in your life. It's not an enemy, but there is someone in your life who causes anxiety. So you feel anxiety about seeing this person or about being near them. You feel like you have to walk around on eggshells, and whenever they do express themselves, they always seem to be angry about something or upset about something, and they're always looking to blame someone for their feelings. And they're quite intelligent, but they warp reality. They say things that warp your reality, and they gaslight and they manipulate. So these are tools that you can use. The red-faced cubic man was there to help you identify who this moon muncher is in your life, because it is someone in your life. Now I'm going to pull a runestone for you to get a new dimension on your diecast. It is the Waterstone. Interesting. I was thinking possibly a father, or a stepfather, or an ex or a current partner. I was definitely thinking it is an influential male character in your life. But I didn't want to make assumptions. I wanted you to identify who it is, and if that's the person who comes to your mind, then that's probably who it's referring to. But anyway, when I take this Waterstone into consideration, the new perspective I get on your diecast is overcoming your emotional limits. So when you're faced with the moon muncher, when you see this angry cubic faced clown, the red faced clown, all kinds of difficult emotional experiences come up, and then even more than that, just living your life, there are things that bring up difficult experiences, and these changes that the universe is presenting to you, all these new opportunities and new relationships, they're also bringing up some difficult feelings, and you've been doing the best that you can to manage and channel those feelings. But there is opportunity to do even better, to evolve your understanding of your own emotional self and how to deal with your emotions and how to interact with your emotional being. And that is through these new relationships, as well as by communicating with people you have had deep, strong, intimate connections with in the past. By communicating with them and interacting with them and being open and vulnerable about your emotional experience and what you've been going through and how you've been coping with it, you will give them a new perspective on things that they've been going through that they didn't consider before, which will put them in a better position to do better with their emotions and the things that they say to you, and through their example they will also give you a new perspective and better understanding of how to move forward and channel and cope with your own emotional experience. Basically, it's talking about evolving past your emotional limits through connections, through your strong, intimate connections. Hey Zapzest, welcome back. The man with the crescent moon is the same as the red-faced guy. It's not a healthy thing. It's like a... It's somebody who's completely shrouded and ruled by their shadows. They have trauma regarding the feminine, and it turns their heart vengeful towards the feminine, and so they hunt for that archetype that hurt them in order to destroy it, in order to hurt it and consume it. And it's something that you want to avoid. Tribulator, welcome. How are you doing, Brew? Thank you for joining my Twitch stream. Yeah. We're doing Blackwater Scrying. What does that say? 18 minutes until the scrying, until the tarot closes? 20 minutes, yeah, 18. Yeah. Tribulator, you're most welcome to join for a tarot reading. I mean, for a reading in general. But I'm thinking I'm gonna be done with this now. I'm gonna have a look and see if there's anyone else that I've skipped or who has been waiting in line. But I don't think so. We did Shivi, then we did Stoned Epiphany. No problem, you can still get a tarot reading once the queue opens. I just think I'm going to end with the Blackwater Scrying now, and maybe I'll cast a spell with that last 16 minutes on the clock. I think so. So I'm going to put this away, put it out of the way. And who have I not cast a spell for? I'm gonna pick someone. Pick someone for a spell. Have I cast a spell for you, Pure Banter? I think I might have. Okay, so Shivi. Shivi, I have not cast a spell for you. So Shivi, if you're still here, I'm going to cast a spell for you. Let me know what you want, what you'd like to manifest, and I'll help you do it. And then I'll also need the date, the day and month of your birth, so I can get your zodiac. Three stars. I'll cast a spell for you as well, so you and Shivi. 3 stars and Shivi, are you guys here? Because I'd like to cast spells for you guys. I'd like to create you each a servitor. Okay, I'm gonna keep looking through the chat until I hear back from them, because maybe someone else gets it. Welcome Ritik, welcome KK. So you guys, you can see the queue is going to open for tarot in like 14 minutes, 15 minutes. And yeah, we were doing Blackwater Scrying. It's another form of divination. Doesn't look like Shivi is here. So KK, would you like a spell? Would you like me to cast a spell for you? Nah, Scrying has just closed. I'm going to cast a spell, and then I'm going to open the tarot queue. So Shivi is here. So Shivi, I've picked you out of the list of people here because I've done spells for most everyone else. So Shivi, if you would like, if there's something you want to manifest, then I can help you out with that. I will cast a spell for you. We'll see if we can make it happen. I just need to know what it is you desire and what you'd like, and then I'd also like to know your zodiac. And that's all that I need, your desire and your zodiac, in order to create the spell for you. Stone Epiphany says, thank you for this, Karin. I wish I was as gifted as you and able to do this for other people too. Were you just born with these gifts, or did you gain them by doing certain practices to hone your intuitive skills? So I feel like everyone has the ability to scry. Everyone has these intuitive gifts. We're all born with it. Learning to interpret them is something that comes with practice, like to analyze different symbols. So if we take if you take an animal and you like analyze its structure and you see, okay, what is its purpose, what is its place in the ecosystem, then you can observe the animal and what it's doing and read it as an oracle, as a symbolic oracle. And it's the same with any symbol, with any image. You can read it as an oracle if you can deconstruct it into its like fundamental principles. Shivi says, I'm Aries and I only want courage for people who could not accept me for who I am. KK says she doesn't know what a spell is, so it's an enchantment. It's where we create something that we want, we manifest it. So you want me to see something for your dream to get into NDA? We can try and manifest that. We can manifest that your efforts in the exams will result in you getting into NDA. Shivi says, I want to receive love that I have always given to them. That's a really beautiful desire, and I'm going to put down an affirmation for you. Where are my slips? KK and Shivi, I take spells in pairs because it's one page. I like to use both sides of the page, so I chose 2 people because I take them in pairs. Those who receive my affections shall recognize and appreciate its value. Manifesting partners Stoned Epiphany, I am only taking 2 spells, and that's for KK and Shivi. The one who receives my affection shall recognize and appreciate its value. That is your affirmation, Shivi. Alright, I need to just check. Okay, you said you were an Aries, so that makes you a fire sign. So now I'm going to cast the die for a key, but while I'm doing that, I want you to visualize this outcome. I want you to see how reality changes for you. Because what we want to do is we want to punch a hole between this reality where you're not accepted into the reality where you are recognized and appreciated. So I want you to visualize that reality and what it looks like. If you're trying to manifest a partner, if it's someone that you've been expressing your appreciation to, that you want to be in a relationship with, visualize that relationship. How it happens. Do they ask you out on a date? Do you say something to them? Do they break down in tears and express themselves to you? Visualize it all. Visualize how it happens. Visualize where it goes from there. Do you live together? Is it long distance? Visualize the bed that you share, if you do. Imagine all of that deep, steamy, sensual sex that you'll have with that partner. Imagine it all. Visualize it. So this die cast is key, which is how it's like a key to unlock that future, that outcome. And it is saying that that vision that you're having right now, there are certain aspects of yourself that are not compatible with that vision. Certain things that you've been hanging on to that don't serve you anymore. Certain practices, certain beliefs, certain habits that you've been hanging on to that don't serve you anymore. And to unlock that future, you're going to have to work on letting go of those things. All those things that don't serve you, you're going to have to let go of them. And that can be difficult, especially if you've formed an attachment to them, but letting go of them is how you move from this reality into that reality. So I want to bring Mercury and Venus, because Venus is to do with relationships and sensuality and connection, and Mercury is all about communication. So I'm going to bring Mercury and Venus in. I'm also going to, oh yes, please affirm this statement out loud and affirm it. The one who receives my affection shall recognize and appreciate its value, so mote it be. Now I'm going to pick certain letters from that as well to use to construct your servitor. Okay, Shivi, there's your servitor. Please screen capture that. Draw it out. It doesn't have to be perfect. We want to screen capture it and draw it out. It doesn't have to be identical, doesn't have to be perfect. And then you'll visualize him. Whenever you're encountering someone who is struggling to accept your authentic being, visualize it. Whenever you're expressing affections towards someone that you care about, whether or not they're accepting it or receiving it or appreciating it, Visualize it. Whenever you become aware of something that's in your life that's not serving you, that you don't really want to let go of, or that you feel resistance to letting go of, visualize it. Basically, he's alive. He follows you around in order to accomplish these things for you, in order to influence the people that you interact with so that they recognize and receive the value that you're giving and return it best they can. And he also is there to help you overcome those blockages and overcome those resistances to letting go of the things that don't serve you. Basically what we've done here is we've taken this key, this means to get from point A to B. We've taken that destination, the visualization of it, the thoughts of it, and the resistances to it, and these planetary frequencies. Now that's a lot of things to focus on. So we brought it all down into a single point, and then we can focus all of our emotional energy and focus onto that single point. If you hit the wall with a hammer, it makes a dent, but it doesn't go through. If you put a nail there first and then hit it, it goes through. You get what I'm saying? Visualizing the outcome you want is like hitting reality with a hammer. It makes a dent, makes it more likely. Creating the spell or the servitor is like putting a nail there first and then hitting it with a hammer, and it goes through. So the tarot cue, it says open, but I'd still like to put KK's affirmation down. Stone Epiphany, if you draw Shivi's sigil, you will only be powering the spell for her sake. You'll just be adding energy and power to her spell. It's not going to affect... It might affect your reality, because when you draw it out, you're taking it into your subconscious, so... yeah. Maybe it'll do something similar. You can test it out. It's not going to negatively impact Shivi. So KK wanted to manifest NDA, getting into NDA. So I don't know if NDA is like a scholarship or if it's a company. My exam results enroll me in NDA. College Military Training Academy. Okay, so my exam results enroll me in NDA is your affirmation. Please speak it out loud. My exam results enroll me in NDA. So mote it be. One, Mississippi 2, Mississippi 3. I'm still in sync, so yeah. Zapsis says there's a really bad lag. It's possible, the weather's getting pretty stormy. but my feed and my ping is still in sync, so alright, we need a key. Virgo is an earth sign, if I'm not mistaken. A note on these servitors: the way that we power them or bring them to life or activate them is by applying our emotional energy. Emotions power spells and metaphysical technology, the way electricity would power physical, mundane technology. Screen keeps freezing and I keep repeating the same sentence. Oh, I think that, yeah, I don't know what that's about. I am not seeing that freezing happening on my end. So KK 67. What this key is saying to you is that this decision of applying for the exam and doing the exam and enrolling in NDA, it's a new beginning. You had been doing something else, and now you've shifted, so you've gone back to the starting point in essence. Chosen a new direction, a new outcome, and a new means to get there, a new road. So what this wants to say to you is that don't do that again. Don't change your direction again. Now that you've chosen this outcome and you've chosen this means to get there, commit to it and stay on that path. You can't keep jumping from different road to different road. Every time that you do that, you go back to the starting point, and all of the effort you invested into that one outcome that you were working on gets lost. So now that you've chosen this new outcome, that's okay. You've lost what you were investing into whatever you were doing before, but now stick to this road. Stick to this destination. And that's your key. I'm going to bring Mars and Saturn into your cast. Master Teddy, welcome. Thank you for joining the queue. Yeah, tarot queue is open, so you are the first one to join the queue. I'm going to cast this spell, and then I'll get on to your reading. So if you have a question, you can let me know. In the meantime, KK, there's your servitor. Screenshot, that's your servitor. Screenshot and draw it out. And the same as I was saying to Shivi, you want to visualize it when you're studying, when you apply, when you go into the exam room. And basically, this is going to help you commit. He's going to bring you back to center. Whenever you've got these intrusive thoughts or these anxieties that make you want to switch direction again, he's going to bring you back to center and focus on what you've already chosen. He's going to improve your focus and your ability to retain information. So when you're studying for the exam, all of that knowledge gets retained and you do well in the exam, well enough to get in. Stoned Epiphany, I'm afraid I give away, as I said in the description, 1 free reading per person. The Blackwater Scrying it counts as a reading, I'm afraid. So to summon all of the emotional energy that's required to power these spells is time consuming. So it's something I do in advance in my spare time or off time, and I capture it in this potion. So I will be using it. It's comprised of 3 ingredients. One is rainwater, that's symbolic of the emotional energy that was summoned. And then we have seeds, because seeds are like tiny little capsules that house potential for huge abundance. So it's like symbolic of the container space, of a small space being able to hold huge amounts of energy. And the third ingredient is a page with affirmations written on it, much like this one. Affirmations of the intention to capture energy for later use. So then I sit and I relive all of my most emotional experiences, whether those were good emotions or bad emotions. I relive them, allow those emotions to be felt, and I build them up until I can literally feel it moving through my body, like I'm being dipped into a bath of soda water. And then I start speaking the enchantment and putting all the ingredients together. So I will power your spell with this energy. Both Shivi and KK. Katarayo Milia Misak E Anama. Viso Viso Ruach Masiane. Amen. Oops. Now, the page here is the reality that you currently existed in. The blank page before we started was the reality that you lived in, that you are in. The servitor, the symbol of it, and the words written on the page now are the desired changes that we're setting in motion. And this flame here is our intentions. The potion is our emotional energy. So between these 3 things, the intention, the emotion, and the thoughts, we're going to transform this reality in accordance with those desires. And right there, as the potion begins to evaporate, I begin to feel that soda water sensation again. And there we go. Thank you guys. So So Master Teddy wants a luck reading. I like luck reading. Okay. Stoned Epiphany, no problem. And yeah, sorry about the disconnect. I don't feel like it's a coincidence, you know? You got disconnected when I asked that question. It's like the universe wanted to give you what I saw, not what you thought you wanted to see. And anyway, you're welcome to send a tip, and then I will be happy to add you to the queue again. I also do provide all of these services and much more privately, so you can also reach out to me privately if you like. Master Luck is first in the queue, followed by Nikki. And then I see Enchantress B is joining the queue, but I feel like we did do reading for you. I'm gonna go back up and check on that. Now we did reading for Gemini, 3 stars. Jano. Stone Epiphany. Shivi. Okay, cool. So we've got Master Teddy, Nikki, and Enchantress B, but I really need to blow my nose. So please excuse me for a sec. I'll be right back. So anything more than $5 will skip the queue, and you'll be prioritized. Less than that will just make sure that you can get back into the queue for a second reading. Tarot cards. What does Master Teddy need to know about his luck and his fortune? Okay, so Master Teddy, your past interval is number 15. It is the Devil, reversed. Someone must be at the gate. Dogs are going crazy. So the Devil card here is saying that you have experienced a lot of resistance from the universe, feeling like you've had bad luck, like people and systems and everything seeming to be against you, a lot of adversity and struggle. So the card wants to point out that the reason you experience this is because you continuously step down to that same level. So if someone comes up to you, and if you encounter someone in your life and they like try and put you down and make you feel small, like what you have to say isn't valid or they're right and you're wrong, then you step down to that same level and you try and prove yourself. You try and prove that you are right and that you have more merit in what you're saying and what you believe. Now you could avoid that struggle completely by just listening to what they have to say and continuing on in your direction, letting them go on in their direction. And it's the same when it comes to struggle with the environment. If you feel like the environment is resisting your efforts, then to allow yourself to be sabotaged by that, to actually say, okay, well, the universe has made it impossible for me to do this today, I'm not going to do it. Instead of saying, hey, I have that authority and me alone. So yes, there have been some unforeseen events today, but I could be flexible with them, and I could just put one of my priorities in a different time spot today. Like I had planned to do this at that time, universe made it impossible, so I'll deal with this event that's come up and later I'll complete that responsibility. In the present, we have a Four of Cups, and this talks about a lack of emotional discipline. So allowing emotions to rule your course of action instead of you ruling your course of action, your desires and your intentions and your purpose that you've set, your goals. Instead, when you feel triggered or you feel afraid or you feel angry, then you listen to what that tells you to do, and as a result end up damaging relationships, end up damaging your goals and taking yourself further away from your dreams rather than taking yourself closer to them. So basically what I'm seeing here is that when you've had bad luck, it hasn't actually been bad luck, it's how you interact with the event that makes it seem like bad luck. The way that you were responding to events is resulting in misfortune. The events themselves are not bad luck. They could actually be pushing you closer to your goals. They could be pushing you closer into fortune, but the way you're responding to them is bringing you into misfortune. Future interval is the Queen of Cups reversed. So this card is talking to me about hopelessness regarding your desires, feeling a lot of hopelessness. That's what's about to open up, feeling like what you want is too big for you to accomplish, too big, your goals and your desires being too big, and this crashing sense of hopelessness coming with it. And so what this wants to say to you is that the only reason that hopelessness is going to set in is because of your attachments to results. So when you have a goal in mind and you set it and then you start reaching towards it, you have a specific attachment to how it should look, how that outcome should look, and what the road to get there should look like, being quite rigid in that expectation, not being flexible with it, and so therefore overlooking when the universe does bring all of those things that you desire into place and all the tools that you need to accomplish your desire into place, then you overlook it because it doesn't look the way you expected, and that's where that hopelessness comes from. The card wants to say to you that the hopelessness is false, and that anything you can visualize and anything you can desire, you can manifest it. You can identify a means to get there, and you can apply your creativity to overcome any obstacles, and you can utilize all the tools at your disposal because there are infinite tools at your disposal. It just takes a shift in perspective in order to see them as something that can actually help you reach your goal. And that is your reading. Up next is Nikki. Nikki, you've been around for quite some time, so I'm just going to go ahead and assume that you're still here. What is the one referred to as why I want to tell you you are currently separated? What is why I want to say to Nikki? This deck is starting to smell like an old book. You know, when you open those old books in the library, they got that old book smell. All these cards are starting to smell like an old book. Welcome, Nana. Thank you for joining the queue. Okay, so Nikki, we've got a Three of Cups here, reversed in the position of the past. So this is something that he would have liked to have been able to say to you when you were still in a relationship, and he couldn't express it, couldn't put it into words. But basically, he wanted emotional fulfillment, a certain degree of emotional fulfillment when he went into the relationship with you. When you guys went into the relationship, he was trying to fill his cup from an outside source. And then at some point he came to the realization, or he had this epiphany, and he realized that he has to fill his own cup, and that he can't expect you to fill his cup. He can't expect you to fulfill him. He's got to fulfill himself. And he felt a little bit hopeless about that. He didn't really know how to go about that. Didn't know how to express that. And he kind of convinced himself that he had to leave the relationship, fill his cup, and then seek a relationship. And that he couldn't do it from that point, that he was in the wrong space to be filling his own cup. So your present interval is the Five of Cups. So what he is saying to you right now, what he would like to say to you right now, is that he is doing the best that he can. He only knows so much about himself. He only understands his emotions to a certain level, and he's doing the best that he can with that. He's trying to deal with the pain of this breakup. He's trying to deal with these realizations that he's got to fill his own cup and find satiety and fulfillment within. He's doing the best that he can with what he knows and with what he's experienced, and he hopes that you are doing the same. Future interval is number 14 of the trumps. It's called Art. It's reversed. So this is kind of saying to me that there's going to be a second try, that you guys are going to try again, because this Art card is about working together and co-creating. But the card is reversed here. Okay, I'm understanding what this card is saying. This card is saying that you're both going to go your separate ways. And you're going to try and co-create with others, but you're not going to find the same level of balance or connection that you had together. And so as a result of learning that lesson, then you come back together, and that relationship will look different. So it might not be romantic at that point when it does come back together, but you will be working together. Whatever you're trying to create for your life and whatever he's trying to create for his life, you're going to be co-creating it together, establishing some kind of support structure that can help you accomplish your goals and help him, and then you'll see where it goes from there. And that's the conclusion of your reading, Nikki. Nana's question is, how does Jesus ZP feel towards me currently? Thank you for your question. I do have some others in the queue. We've got Enchantress B up next. And then Nana, you're up after Enchantress B. And then Enchantress was asking, will Mihak cause hurdles for me in my career? Alright. I hope you can have some patience with me while I roll myself some in the smoke quickly, and then I'll draw your spread. Marine Scrying queue is closed, the Tarot queue is now open. We completed the scrying. It can ruin your career and you're very worried. So Enchantress. Will Mihak cause hurdles for Enchantress within her career? Interesting. So your past interval card is the Devil reversed, number 15. So this is saying that, I don't know how long you've been in a relationship with Mihak or what that word means actually, but it's saying that past relationships, or possibly this relationship in the past, has caused hurdles for you in your career. There have been resistances, basically where you've been slandered by the partner. They've tried to make it difficult for you to make progress in the work or to get a job. They've also tried to discourage you and make you feel like what you're doing isn't enough or isn't going to work, try to confuse you, take you away from things you have been doing that were successful. But basically this card is saying you allowed for it all to happen. You allowed it. You allowed yourself to be manipulated. You allowed yourself to be confused. You allowed yourself to be discouraged. And you didn't have to. You could have continued on your way and just let them mind their own business. And continued towards what you knew. Continued with what you were focused on and what you were dedicated to. But you allowed them to interfere. The only person you should be confronting is yourself. When you approach someone else, you set down a boundary and you just tell it to them that this is a boundary you do not cross. And if they cross it again, then you shut them out of your life because they have no respect for you. And that's, yeah. The only person you have to convince of anything is yourself. The only person who has to take responsibility for mistakes is you, not the other person. The other person, you tell them this is a boundary you crossed and that's not okay. Do not do it again. And if they attempt to do it again, then they shouldn't be in your life. Present interval card is the 10 of discs. So this is just saying to me that you are receiving abundance in your career, and that's why you're feeling afraid. You've invested a lot of time and energy and resources into your efforts, into your career efforts, and you're reaping the rewards of that. And as you're reaping the rewards of it, you're becoming afraid that you're going to lose it because of someone else. And that's the card wants to say to you, don't focus on the distracting things that make you afraid. Focus on sowing new seeds. Focus on reaping your harvest, and focus on making new investments of your time and energy. Don't worry yourself about others. Set boundaries. Don't allow people to cross boundaries. If people cross boundaries, you can forgive them, but you do not give them the space to cross it again. You shut them out. You push them away if you need to. But don't stress yourself about it. Don't let that distract you. Like we saw with the Devil card, you allow the outside variables to be distracting you and discouraging you and making you hopeless. You don't have to. You can focus yourself. Focus yourself on receiving what the universe is bringing to you and making new investments of your time and energy so that you can continuously be receiving from the universe. Future interval is warning you about hopelessness. It's a 3 of Swords, and it's talking about goals and hopelessness about those goals, like they're not achievable anymore. So as you move forward, something is coming into your reality. Someone or something is going to say something that makes you feel like what's going to be required of you in order to see your goals realized is impossible. And it's not true. Anything you can visualize, you can manifest, but you've got to commit to it. You've got to commit to the goal and commit to doing what's required of you and becoming who you need to be in order to see it realized. So if someone is telling you what you're doing is impossible or you're doing it wrong, that is sabotage, and that's a boundary that they're crossing, and you don't let them cross it again. You say to them, listen, that's a boundary. You don't say things like that, you don't do things like that. But if they're giving you advice and they're trying to help you understand what is going to be required of you, like, it's easy to sit down and say, oh, these are my goals, and then not do anything towards accomplishing them. If they're trying to make you aware of what you're going to actually have to do in order to get there, that's not sabotage. They're not working against you, they're actually trying to help you. So be discerning in that. Yeah, be discerning here. If people are trying to make you feel hopeless and telling you it's impossible, that is not okay. But if you are becoming hopeless because what you want to accomplish, if they're making you aware of what's required of you and it seems like more hard work than what you're willing to commit to, then it's your own issue that you have to deal with and nothing to do with them. So just be discerning on that. Yes, look at that. You're about to get your degree, you've been offered a job, and your money issues are resolved. So, yeah, focus on that. Focus on reaping your rewards. Focus on studying for your exams for your degree. Focus on passing that interview. And focus on using your money wisely. Don't allow what other people are saying or what other people are accusing you of to distract you from your mission. Up next is Nana. Wants to know, how does Jesus, ZP, feel toward me currently? Thank you for confirming, Nana. So your past interval here is the Six of Swords reversed. So this is saying that your relationship to Jesus ZP has made him and you aware of your insecurities, made you aware of your limitations. So you were working with what you had, your knowledge, limitations on knowledge. You were working with the knowledge that you had and the experiences that you had, and your own mental capacity towards your goals. And then this relationship, he was doing the same, and then this relationship made you aware of your limitations within that mental realm. Limitations on your education and your knowledge, limitations on your critical thinking abilities. And now that was difficult to acknowledge, that there were limits. It made you feel a little bit insecure, both of you. But this wasn't unhealthy. Him becoming aware of his insecurities and you becoming aware of them, you can then learn from the other's example in order to overcome those limitations. Present interval is a 10 of Cups, so he's feeling pretty full. In the present moment, he's quite satisfied with the state of the relationship and who you are as a person and how you guys interact together. He feels like all of the emotional support that he's invested into you, he's also received equally. He feels like there's a good balance here and he's quite satisfied with the emotional state of things. Future interval is interference from unhealthy feminine character. So it's the Empress reversed, number 3. And this is talking about exes. I'm quite sure of it. I'm saying that exes are about to come back. Relationships that he's had with women who have not been so healthy or balanced. that's going to interfere with the relationship. So that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to come back into his life, but the influence that they've had on him, the way that he's changed as a result of those relationships, is going to impact the relationship. And that's just something to be aware of. We all carry baggage from past relationships, so you can't really blame him. But yeah, I guess it's up to you within the relationship to be a better example of what a healthy woman archetype looks like. That card is just talking about shadows from past relationships with unhealthy women that is going to have an impact on the relationship going forward. Now that doesn't have to drive you apart, it can, but it doesn't have to. It can also bring you closer together. If he can acknowledge that the things he's seeing in you are reflections from past relationships and shadows from past relationships, then it can bring you closer. But if he blames you and like accuses you of all the same things that have been done to him by unhealthy women from past relationships, then it can drive you apart. Yeah. The only advice that has is for you to be authentic. To be authentic to who you are. And not, so if he's accusing you of, like, for me, abandonment is a difficult one. Sometimes I feel like I'm certain that my partner is going to abandon me or cheat on me. But that's from past relationships. That's from having that experience. So I have to acknowledge that it's not true for that person, and observe them for how they have portrayed themselves and not what I'm seeing from past relationships. And then it would be easy, if I had to start accusing her, it would be easy for her to step into that role and fulfill the things that I'm accusing her of. So just be mindful that you don't do that. If he does accuse you, not to go ahead and be what he's accusing you of. To stay authentic to who you are and your character. So we've still got like an hour and 10 minutes of tarot, and the queue is empty. So guys, please like the video. That will tell YouTube to recommend it to more people. And please share. Share me out. Bring some new people in. Thank you very much. And I'm glad, Nana, that you received some value from that spread. Thank you for joining me today. And the same to you. Abundance and wealth beyond measure. Amen. Hey, 3 stars, welcome back. So I only give 1 free reading per viewer, per stream, and the scrying does count as a reading. So yeah, sorry about that. I'm happy to throw you back in the queue for a tip. There is no queue at the moment, so yeah, whatever you can afford, whatever amount will get you back in the queue. When there is a queue, then then a $5 tip, something bigger than 5 will skip the queue. I will definitely be joining you for that free reading you offered earlier. I will redeem that token. Thank you. What time? What time are you going live? Because it's already night for me. Like, it's the sun's still up, but it's like 5 o'clock. I stream on Sundays, on Mondays, on Wednesdays, and Fridays. I take off on Tuesday and Thursday because I have other responsibilities on those days, and I also do my content creation then. 8 PM CET, so I'll have to check what that time zone, what it is in my time zone. That's 9 o'clock for me. So your Central European time is just 1 hour behind. It's not Central African time. I guess it is Central African time. GMT +2. I'm in Africa. South Africa. The Republic of South Africa. My accent sounds Australian. That's interesting. because the Australians, they recognize my accent as being South African. And oftentimes South Africans mistake an Australian accent for a European accent. Obviously haven't interacted with enough South Africans yet. In time though. Strange thing that my alerts are not working. Like some days they work and some days they don't. Sometimes people subscribe and it shows up on screen. Sometimes people follow and it shows up on screen. Other times it doesn't. Yeah, I'm super curious to find out. I'm busy sharing the stream out. It seems like I've been removed from a lot of the groups that I used to be in, specifically to do with tarot. Hey, Trib, you're back. Can give you that tarot reading now. Thanks for joining me again. Thanks for coming back. Cool. Want to learn more about your spirit guides? What message does Tribulator's spirit guides have for him? Okay, so your first card here is the Prince of Cups. So this one is, they want to give you a little message on how you can better identify who they are. So Prince of Cups is about facing emotional challenges. This is in the position of your past, so it's things you've already been through, having a look back and seeing where you've had a real hard time with your emotions, and then you tapped into yourself to find the potential to overcome and make a breakthrough and continue to work and walk towards your destination regardless of that emotional experience or those resistances and those challenges. And in that moment where you found that potential to overcome and move forward, you were communicating with your guides. They were helping you move through that. They were helping you tap into your potential. So if you can look back on those experiences, the voices you heard, the inspiration you found, you can identify who and what your spirit guides are within that. Present interval is the Chariot. So in the present you've been reflecting on your outcomes, all the possible outcomes based on decisions you could make in the present and based on changes you could make in the present, and you've chosen your outcome and you've chosen your means to get there. And once again, those decisions were inspired by your spirit guides. They are also going to be the ones who draw your chariot and pull it towards its destination. So as you work and you take one step, you put one foot in front of the other and you move towards your outcome, whatever it is that you've chosen to do with your life, they will be bringing the tools that you need. They will be bringing resources and new relationships and new circumstances that help pull you towards your destination. In those moments where you do find access to new resources, or when you have opportunities to learn things that will help you within your outcome and help you with your means towards your outcome, remember to have gratitude, because they are the ones bringing that there for you. Your spirit guides are making all of those things possible and opening those doors for you. So in those moments, again, you will have the opportunity to identify who they are and communicate with them. Future interval is the Four of Wands reversed. So this is a message directly from them, and they're saying to you, in the past you have had the things that bring you away from your destination or your outcomes that you choose, your desires, the things that sabotage your intentions, that thing is a lack of discipline, a lack of commitment to the outcome, a lack of structure, not having a routine set or a goal chart, like with a to-do list, and then checking those things off, not keeping your priorities in order, allowing less important things to come and take the place of higher priorities and higher responsibilities. So they want you to be aware of that going forward, because what you've chosen in the present is still put at risk, is still put in jeopardy by that habit, that past habit of allowing your priorities to become mismatched and neglecting to set structure or routine. So they want to encourage you to put those things in place, to really discipline yourself towards this outcome, towards these desires that you're now working towards. Discipline yourself in that area. Put your priorities in the right order. What's most important to your outcome, that should be on the top of your to-do list. Everything else, hobbies and side projects, should come second. It's easy to feel overwhelmed by the responsibilities of our destination and of our desires, so then we allow things that are less important to take their place because we feel overwhelmed by them. But that's not discipline, and they want you to bring more discipline into your structure and into your responsibilities. Hey Maya, welcome back, and you can most definitely get a reading. The scrying queue is closed. We're doing tarot now. So yeah, we did scrying for the first 2 hours, and the tarot is going on for the next 2 hours. So please let me know if you have a question, and I will draw your spread for you. Most welcome, Tribulator. Thank you for all of your support, and thank you for your view and joining me today. Much appreciated. Welcome, Mary. A new name and a new face that I haven't seen before. Welcome. To join the queue for a reading, you type #tarot along with your question, and yes, then you will get a reading. With pleasure. Maya would like a message from her spirit. What does Maya's ideal self and spirit have to say to her? Your first card is number 10 of the trumps, called Fortune. So with this card, your spirit is trying to just bring attention to the investments you've made into yourself and into your projects and into the people in your life, saying that you reap the rewards. Everything that you put out, all the good things you sowed into yourself and into others, you reap the rewards of it. It came full cycle, and you were able to receive the returns on all those investments. They're calling attention to that because in your present you've got a 2 of Swords, And this is saying that you've already chosen what you want, and now you are applying your will to accomplish your desire, and there is potential for that desire to be manifested beyond what you can imagine. Remember to commit to it like you did when you were working with this fortune card, when you were sending out energy and investing your time and your energy into yourself and into systems and into your projects and the people in your life. Remember that commitment. Apply it now to these goals that you're setting now, and you will see that abundance realized more than what you're even hoping for. Future interval is Princess of Discs. So that Princess of Discs card, it is saying that your relationship is a key to your goals that you're setting. Being co-creative, working together with your partner as well as other people that you have connections with is key. It's an advantage, a key advantage to your outcome and your goals. They have certain levels of inspiration and they apply themselves according to a certain system that works for them, and that creative process, their creative process, can support you, and your systems, your methods, and your creative process can support them as well. So you guys can be working together, and that will, that's going to open up new realms of possibility for security and abundance. And thank you very much. That is your reading. Thank you for your question and for joining the queue, Mary. You're up next. Career and finance reading, please. Okay, so I've got this wild card here, which is number 5. Basically, that card wants to say to you, apply the resources that you have at your disposal. You have tools, you have knowledge, you have technology, and you have finances presently. Apply it towards your financial security. Apply it towards your accomplishments within your career. And more than that, it's also saying, be the example you don't have. So if you're looking for an example to follow, become the example for others to follow. And what advice do the spirits of the universe have for Mary regarding her career and finances? Okay, so your first card is the 6 of Wands, Mary. This is saying to me that in the past you were working towards your desires regarding finances and career, and you were applying your resources to their maximum potential. So that's like recognition from the spirits. They're saying well done for that. And then you overcame your limitations on your knowledge and the limitations on your resources by interacting with people, by forming new connections, by being open and honest with the people you already had relationships with, and learning from their examples and from their methods. Basically, we always have limits on how much we know and how much resource we have access to, and then by working with others you overcame those limits. By interacting with others and learning from them and them learning from you, you both parties, all parties in the relationships evolved past their limits. Present interval is the 3 of Swords. So this is saying in the present you're feeling a little bit hopeless about your goals, feeling like they're a little bit too big or going to take too long to realize. 3 is about becoming aware of what's going to be required of you and swords is to do with purpose and goals and education. So you're feeling a little bit hopeless about what's going to be required of you in order to see the abundance regarding your knowledge, regarding your goals, and regarding your purpose. Feeling hopeless about that outcome, feeling like it's going to take too much out of you, or it requires more than you're able to give. Now, there is some advice there, and that first of all wants to say anything you can visualize and anything you can desire, you can realize, you can make it happen. So then again, taking small steps. So with your wild card, we saw applying your resources to their limits. Don't try and reach beyond those limits, because that's where hopelessness starts to come in. If you try and apply yourself beyond what your knowledge can carry you, if you try and apply yourself beyond what your technology or your financial present financial standing can take you, then you might feel like you're going forward, but actually you end up going 2 steps back. You've met with a lot of resistance, and it just inspires frustration and hopelessness. So the advice here is to just put one foot in front of the other. Use what you have at your disposal, but make small steps, baby steps. Every step you take, no matter how small, is going to bring you closer to your destination. Future interval is another 6 card. It's a 6 of swords. So this one is saying that what's opening up for you, and a key that can help you secure yourself financially, is to once again interact with others, just like we saw in the past, where you evolved past your limits and broke those barriers by interacting with others. Do the same thing going forward. Communicate your goals with the people that you have connections with, and form new connections. Communicate your goals, talk about what you're doing and how you're applying your resources, and yeah, through that interaction you will learn new things, and you'll have new experiences with these other people, and you will also get access to new resources, access to new technology, access to funding. The more you communicate what your goals are to people that you have connections with, then the more likely you are to find people who want to support you in your goals and support you towards your outcome. And that is your reading. Thank you very much for joining me. I hope that you received some value from the spread here. Most welcome, and thank you. My queue is empty again, so guys, please like this video. That'll encourage YouTube to suggest it to more people, and also share me out. I'm sure you know others who would also be able to find value here. Tim Reese, welcome. Who can I trust, says Tim Reese. So, your first card is the Two of Wands. So this is saying that you know people who seize opportunities. And more than just seizing those opportunities, they also commit to them. So when an opportunity presents itself, these people that are being referenced here, they have desires, and then opportunities present themselves that could bring them abundance regarding that desire and see it realized. So they reach for the opportunity, and it's kind of like planting a seed. That opportunity, its potential is like a seed. It's a small thing that you have to plant in the ground and then watch it grow and nourish it and water it, and you have to commit to it before it's a tree that you can harvest from. So a lot of people reach out for opportunities and don't commit to the process. Now, there are people in your life who reach out for opportunities and then they do commit, and they stay committed until they see their end goal, and everything that they reap is everything that they've sown is ready to be harvested. So this is saying that those kinds of people, most of them exist in your past. Those kinds of people are people you can trust and depend on. Your present card, your second card, is the Prince of Cups reversed. This card is talking about emotional suffering, that you're going through emotional suffering in the present. The card is saying to you that if you keep pushing forward, you can find a breakthrough. You have the potential inside you, and you just got to tap into it. And whatever it is, it's making you feel so hopeless and feel like your emotional being is in turmoil and pain. Whatever it is, you can push through it. You have the potential inside. I'm feeling like there's been a betrayal of trust that has brought these difficult emotions. And the only advice that the card has for you regarding that is to be more discerning about who you trust. So if you don't know someone, it's wise not to trust them. And when you do know them, you will know if they are trustworthy or if they are untrustworthy. And then you can make a decision to trust them from a well-informed perspective. You can choose to trust someone that you can see is trustworthy, and you can choose to distrust someone that you can see is untrustworthy. Someone who gossips, someone who is spiteful and takes action to sabotage others. If you've got people in your life that behave like that, do not trust them, because that will lead to this betrayal once again. But then if you see people who commit to their relationships, commit to the opportunities that are presented to them, and they stay true to those commitments, those people you can trust. People who don't gossip, who keep their tongue, people who are discreet, you can see they're trustworthy, you can trust them. Future interval is a 7 of Swords. And this card talks about making decisions on who you can trust. So looking in your life and then choosing who you're going to trust among those people. It wants you to be aware that the way what you have previously been understanding to be intuition, your own intuition, is not intuition. It is fear. It is fear, and it is infatuation. It's emotional influences, not logical and not intuition. So on the one side we got emotions, on the other side we got logic. Neither of those are intuition. So your intuition is an inner knowing. It's like this inner knowing of what this choice is going to result in. It's like an inner knowing that you are being compelled by emotions or not. Whether you're being compelled by your reasoning or whether you're being compelled by your emotions, that inner part of yourself that knows what is influencing you is your intuition, not the emotion, not the logic. So yes, apply both of these things. Apply your logic to identify who in your life has demonstrated themselves to be trustworthy and who is not. But don't go ahead and trust someone just because you're infatuated with them, or you think they're cool, or you want a relationship with them. Don't trust people based on your emotional impulse. And that's the warning that this card is giving you. Believing that your emotional nudges or intuition is going to lead to bad decisions that repeat this emotional suffering that we see in the present. And that is your reading. Jelly Melly Mellow, welcome and thank you for joining. You can go ahead and give me your question at this time. And you're welcome, Tim Reese. Thank you. Welcome, Vic. Thank you for joining me today. I'm waiting for Jelly Melly Mellow to give me a question or just confirm that he would like a general reading. And yeah, to get into that queue, Vic, you can type #tarot and along with your question. And that will get you into the queue. The queue is empty, guys, except for Jelly, but Jelly seems to have left almost as soon as he arrived. Thank you for joining the queue, Vic. Yeah, just let me know if you want a general reading or if you have a question. Cool. It's a wild card there for you. 8 of Wands. So This card is saying that the universe is presenting you with new circumstances and new relationships and new opportunities that are not compatible with your old lifestyle and your old habits. All of these opportunities and changes that are being presented, they're all there to bring you closer to what you desire from life. And the universe is doing this in order to inspire you to adapt and change so that you can seize those opportunities for your desires. Thank you for the subscription. What general guidance do the spirits of the universe have for Vic? So your past interval card here, your first card is 5 of Wands. This is kind of recognition from the universe saying you have been applying yourself to your maximum potential. You've been taking full advantage of all of the tools and resources at your disposal, applying them towards what you desire, applying them towards accomplishing your intentions. And the universe also wants to say to you that there have still been limits on how much you know, and how much resource you have access to, like technological limits, financial limits, that still slow down your progress, slow down how much you can accomplish towards your goals. And the universe just wants to remind you not to try and apply those resources beyond their limits. So don't try and reach further than what your knowledge can carry you. Don't try and do more than what your technology will allow, or invest more than what your finances can allow. Just continue to take small steps. Your present interval card is number 18. It's called the Moon. It's reversed. So this card is saying that you still have some illusions over your present, some false narratives that you're believing. So your eyes are not only viewers, they don't only just perceive your reality, they also project based on your own understanding and based on the teachings and the influences that you have. So that card is just pointing out that you still have some illusions over your present, some things that you're seeing in the environment or believing about the environment that are influenced by past influences and past teachings that are not necessarily true or applicable in the present. More than that, the card is saying you're also overlooking some of the tools in your present. In the past, you have been applying yourself to your maximum potential, but with every step that you've taken, you have gotten access to more resources and more tools, and you've learned new things, and you have neglected to acknowledge that. So the card is saying be grateful for all the progress that you have made since you started working towards your desires. Acknowledge how much has actually changed in your present since you began. That you might have new things coming onto your horizon, new desires showing up, and the progress that you've made since you began actually means that you have the tools at your disposal to realize it, to actually step out towards it. And if you had believed otherwise, it was an illusion, and you just have to take that vision off, that visor off, and look around you, be grateful for everything the universe has brought to you since you began. Future interval card, your last card, is the Ace of Cups. And this is saying as you go forward, don't be afraid to speak about your emotional experiences. Don't be afraid to communicate it. Be open and vulnerable about what you experience in your emotional being as a result of interacting with new people, or as a result of breaking through an illusion or a self-limiting belief, or when you're applying yourself to your maximum potential but you feel like the progress is slow and it comes with frustration. Communicate it, talk about it. The card also wants to encourage some discernment, just making sure that you are vulnerable with people that you know you can trust. So if you have been interacting with someone and you've discovered they are not a trustworthy person, it is wise not to trust them. And if you have been interacting with someone and you discover that they are an integrous person, then it is wise to communicate vulnerably with them. If you are speaking openly about your emotional experience with the people that you can trust, you will find that there are a lot more people around you who are willing to support you in your dreams and your vision and your desires than you realized. And yeah, that is the conclusion of your reading. So thank you very much. I hope you received some value from that spread. You're most welcome, Vic. And Maximiliano, welcome. You can most definitely ask a question, so just type #tarot and put your question in the chat, or let me know if you'd like a general reading. I can do that too. Welcome, I love robots. So there's only one other person in the queue on the list, and that is Maximiliano on YouTube. And welcome, Anxious AP, welcome back. So I love robots. To join the queue, you just type #tarot and put your question there, and then you'll be in the queue. I join will work just fine. Just give me your question and you'll be in the queue. And then Maximiliano says, I would like to know if I'm going to get a better job soon. I have a job but I don't like it. Anxious AP, you are in time for a reading, and the timer is, there is no timer today, it just says tarot queue open. That's all it says, is that the readings are still open. Maximiliano says, in my current job I don't feel valued and I don't feel progress either. I'm going to draw that spread for you now. Thank you for joining the queue, Anxious AP. How can Maximiliano improve his work situation? Okay, so your first card is number 16, the Tower reversed. And this is saying to me that the reason you are so dissatisfied with this job is because you had some false beliefs about what would be required of you, or how much effort it would take. So, yeah, believing things about the work, about the job and its description, and then believing things about what you're capable of that were not necessarily accurate. And so then stepping into the work environment and actually having to go through with it, realizing the strain of it, it shattered those illusions. It shattered your preconceived idea of how much work it was going to take and how much you were actually capable of. So this card is showing itself because it wants you to acknowledge or notice that you are finding reasons to blame the environment for that failure, for that difficulty, for that tower collapse. You're finding reasons to blame employees, co-workers, and the environment, rather than identifying that it was something within yourself that you misjudged. And that's not going to bring you into closer alignment. That's not going to make your work experience any easier, whether you go into another job or stay with the one that you're at. If you're blaming the environment, then you don't learn. Those insecurities in yourself, those beliefs about what you're capable of, they don't get dealt with. You don't work them out and replace them with solid facts about yourself and what you're capable of. So yeah, stop looking at what the environment has done to sabotage you. Start looking at yourself and what you've believed that has sabotaged you, and what you've done that has sabotaged you. Present interval is a 4 of Wands. So this card is saying to me that you got this job, Maximiliano, because you had a desire. You have a desire. There's something you want to manifest. There's something you want to create for yourself. So you applied for this job and you got this job because it looked like the means to get to your desire. Right now, these feelings about not feeling progress and feeling undervalued, you're allowing those feelings to mismatch your priorities. Your desire is now going lower down on your priority list, and feeling valued is starting to go higher up on your priority list, and feeling good is starting to be higher on your priority list, and being away from your own insecurities is higher on your priority list. Basically, this is saying go back to center. Remember what it is you desire. That is the highest priority. And then what will shifting jobs do to your desire? What your outcome that you were working for, the reason you got this job? If you quit your job now and apply for a new one, or if you apply for a new one and start working towards that, is that going to positively impact what you were working towards? Or is that going to negatively impact what you were working towards? Basically, that present card is saying to you, put your priorities back in order and discipline yourself. Remember what is most important to your outcome. Future interval is the Prince of Swords. So this card is saying that you have the potential in you to overcome any of the obstacles that are between you and your goals. And if you knuckle down and apply yourself and tap into that creative potential, you will overcome, and you will make the breakthroughs, and you will see those goals realized. And that is your reading. So, I love robots. You can go ahead and let me know if you want a general reading now, or if you have a question. And you're welcome, Maximiliano. Thank you for joining me. Oof. Okay, so your wild card there is a 7 of Swords. You asked about love reading, but this card is talking about your personal goals, your life goals. It's saying that you've got decisions to be making regarding your own growth and your own development and your own goals. You've got priorities to be looking after and fulfilling. It says focus on those things. Maybe those priorities, maybe those goals are to do with a relationship that you're in. Maybe you're not in a relationship at all. And in that case, the advice differs a little bit, saying focus on yourself and what you're busy dealing with right now, and then come back to love later. Maximiliano, I have already given you your reading. I only give one free reading per person, per stream. So, yeah. What advice do the spirits of the universe have for I Love Robots regarding his or her love life? Okay, so your past interval card here, your first card is number 20. The Aeon. So this card is saying to you, look over your past relationships, and judge righteously. Don't point fingers, but acknowledge health and toxicity in yourself and in others. So looking at your past and your past relationships, when you were in those relationships, the various relationships you've been in, what was your character? Did you act in healthy, constructive ways? Did you act in toxic, deconstructive ways? Did they? Basically, you want to acknowledge all of the positive aspects of yourself and others, and acknowledge all of the negative aspects of yourself and others in past relationships. And the point of this is because now you're in a new cycle, you're not there anymore, you're in the present, and you don't want to put yourself in the company of unhealthy people again, and also you want to avoid acting in negative ways the way you did in the past, and you want to reapply the positive aspects of yourself as you go forward. And you don't want to take advice from people that you know are unhealthy or untrustworthy. You want to take advice from people that you know are trustworthy and healthy. Present interval is the 8 of Swords, and it's reversed. What this card is saying to me is that there are certain people that have come into your space recently that seem to be potential partners, but they are not compatible with your goals, with your life goals. And this card is saying that to adapt yourself, to make yourself compatible with these people, would be to let go of your goals and take you away from your purpose that you've set for yourself. Instead of changing your goals for the sake of the people around you and the potential relationships and the potential love lives, change the kind of person that you are willing to open up to and that you are willing to develop or invest in a relationship with to be more compatible with your own life goals. So I'm going to say that again. Instead of changing your goals to be compatible with potential love interests, change who you consider to be a love interest to become more compatible with your goals. Future interval is a 3 of discs, also reversed. And this 3 of discs, it It's saying that what's about to open up is some hopelessness, feeling hopeless about your security, your financial security, because you've had to rely on others. So whatever you've been doing to secure yourself financially, there are there are multiple people involved in that process or in that structure, and so there are certain aspects of the process that you have to depend on others for. And like you said, trusting people that are not to be trusted, so now it might feel like these people are not dependable anymore. You can't depend on them to fulfill their end or hold their weight or pull their weight within the structure. And so that will bring with it a sense of hopelessness, like your security is in jeopardy. Considering what advice that card has for you in that. The first piece of advice that card has is the security, the level of security and abundance you want within your physical reality and your finances. You can accomplish it. Anything you desire or can visualize, you can accomplish it. It's difficult when that security is dependent on others fulfilling their responsibilities, especially if they're not fulfilling their responsibilities. Okay, taking all the cards into consideration, using the Judgment card, so you've observed your past and your past relationships and people in general, so apply that new judgment, that new understanding to this situation. When you feel that hopelessness come in and you see people being untrustworthy and not being dependable, then yeah, you're gonna have to start excluding them. You're gonna have to reach out to the ones that are dependable and say to them, hey, we need to pick up the slack for these people that are not dependable, and then do it until you can bring in more people that are dependable. And yeah, that is the conclusion of your reading. So Anxious AP, you're up next, and you can give me your question at this time, or you can let me know if you'd like a general reading. You're welcome, I Love Robots. I've got a new follower. Thank you, thank you, I Love Robots, for the follow. Anxious AP says, I would like to know if there will be a chance to be right again with this guy I talked to this week. I would like to come forward and try to make amends, so I'd like to know if that would go well or if I should forget about it. You should go forward with it whether it's gonna go well or not. That's a responsible thing to do. There is a wild card, and that's very much in line with what I just said. This card is number 11, called Lust, also called Strength in other decks. And this card is saying that you should go after your desire regardless of whether the outcome is unknown, regardless of whether the road towards your outcome is unknown. So you're saying you don't know if it's going to go well or if it's going to go poorly. You should reach for your desire regardless. What advice do the spirits have for Anxious AP regarding this desire to make amends? first card is Princess of Discs. So this is implying that there has been some physical intimacy in this relationship. It's also talking about sharing space for a while, like giving one another physical security at various points throughout your history, throughout the history of this relationship, through its ups and downs. And that co-creative effort of working together, it fits well. It's like two pieces of a puzzle. This card is saying that it is worth trying. It's worth trying to salvage that relationship because, yeah, you do work well together. You are quite compatible. Present interval is the Four of Wands. So this card is commending you, saying that you coming to the conclusion that it is up to you to step forward and make amends, and that is discipline. That's good discipline, good self-discipline, self-recognition, authority over your own being, and yeah, taking action towards what you desire, applying authority over yourself in order to accomplish what you desire. Having a good sense of priorities, knowing what is a priority and what is not. So the amount of energy and time you've invested into this relationship over its period of time that has existed, you realize that it's a priority, something that's not really worth losing. It's a higher priority than pride or discomfort. So this card is about recognizing you. Welcome back, Jelly Melly Mellow. Don't know where you went to earlier. You were the only one in the queue, but then when I wanted to read for you, you were gone, which was like less than 3 minutes after you joined. Anxious AP, your future interval is 10 of Swords. This is talking about completion in your goals. So whatever goal you set towards this outcome, going there to talk things through, make amends, setting that goal, this is saying that it's going to come to fruition. The completion of those goals will be yours. It's also saying that this is a seed that you'll be sowing. If you go ahead and you try to make this right, even if it doesn't come right immediately, you are sowing a healthy seed. You're demonstrating strong character, healthy character, good discipline, good sense of priorities. All in all, this spread is suggesting go ahead and reach out and try to make amends, because it'll probably go the way that you are hoping. It will definitely bring you guys closer together, even if it doesn't make everything right immediately. It's only gonna do good. You're welcome, Anxious AP. Thank you. Dimmy TV, welcome. I'm okay. Thank you for asking. Yeah, nothing particularly spectacular. Not feeling particularly spectacular, but not feeling terrible either. So, you know, just moving on, just living. Hope you're doing well. And I can just call you Dimmy. Cool. I will just call you Dimmy. I'm glad that you're feeling particularly spectacular. That's great to hear. But let me know if you want a reading, because I'm gonna, if not, I'm gonna close the stream. If you do, then I'll do a reading for you before I close the stream. What readings I make? I'm talking about a tarot reading. Yeah. Whatever your question is, I will ask the spirits on your behalf. Tarot is not the only kind of reading that I do. I do pendulum readings too, and I do scrying as well. But the scrying is over. I did that for the first 2 hours of the stream, and then we started with tarot. But yeah, okay. I'll see you guys on Sunday. I'll see you on Sunday, Dimmy, hopefully. We'll be doing this again. Maybe throwing some elements in to change it up. But anyway, I've got to go and do other shit. So, yeah. Cheers.